Hello, is that on? Let's see, how do we turn on? Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Hello, good morning. Woo! How's everybody doing? Yay! Weren't those Rising Phoenix Lion dancers amazing? Give another round of applause for them. What a great way to gather and wake up this morning. Welcome to the 2025 Women's Leadership and Policy Summit. Yay! My name is Adriana Caldera Barafas. I stand for peace, courage, and healing for myself and all others. And I also have the honor of serving as CEO for YWCA Golden Gate Silicon Valley. Thank you. And it's an honor to be one of your co-MCs for today's festivities.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sisters. Welcome to Fierce Futures. The theme for today, Fierce Futures Rising Together. Hopefully everyone today takes time to turn to their left, to their right, to introduce themselves. Today is for you. And I am here. I am Angelica. I also go by Gel, the hair product. Cortez. I am the founder and executive director of Lead Filipino, and it is such an honor to be up here with Adriana and with all of you today. We have some quick announcements, a lot of where the restrooms are, but just very important pieces here. We have translation services and equipment and materials outside, and I'd like to ask our friends with the county to also come share about the resources that are available from an accessibility perspective. Please welcome them.
Hola a todos, buenos días. Mi nombre es Diego Tornero y soy parte de la Unidad de Acceso Lingüístico. Va a haber interpretación en español para esta junta y tenemos algunos dispositivos junto con auriculares en la parte de atrás del salón, saliendo a mano izquierda. Entonces, si necesitan interpretación para el evento de hoy, por favor, recojan sus auriculares y sus dispositivos para la interpretación. También va a haber interpretación vía Zoom. Gracias.
Xin kính chào tất cả quý vị và xin chúc tất cả quý vị có một ngày hội nghị thật là vui vẻ và hào hứng. Chúng tôi có dịch vụ thông dịch tiếng Việt Nam. Nếu quý vị nào cần dịch vụ thông dịch tiếng Việt Nam, xin quý vị vui lòng tiến ra ngoài phía hành lang để nhận các thiết bị và chúng tôi sẽ giúp quý vị theo dõi toàn bộ chương trình ngày hôm nay. Xin cảm ơn quý vị.
All right, and now we would like to welcome Laura Castro to the stage, who's going to give a land acknowledgement for today.
Good morning, everybody. It's so blessed to be here on this beautiful day. The sun seems to be coming out so beautifully. And also blessed to see the Vietnamese dancers. It's a very big honor for me to see that. And I have not ever witnessed it, and so I'm very blessed. As she said, my name is Laura Castro, and I was born here in San Jose. I am native here. I was raised here, and I lived most of my life in my first 30 years in San Jose, and then the rest of those in Morgan Hill and Gilroy area. I'm a spiritual leader there. I've been part of our Native community for all my life, and so I'm just blessed to be here today to acknowledge the land, and along here with my my supporter, Lydia Doniz, who's come to help me out a little bit here, and I hope that everyone has a very blessed day. So we're going to start out with the 4 directions in honoring those directions that we take for granted each day. We're going to start off with the east. That east direction where the sun rises. We're going to turn to the left where the sun sets. We'll turn to the north where our ancestors live. Then to the south, where is willpower. We acknowledge the heavens. acknowledge Mother Earth. Thank you for those who participated with us today. We are gathered on the unceded land of the Tamian, Muwekma, Ohlone, and Amamutsun people who were unjustly displaced. Through this acknowledgement, we renew our commitment to the process of working to dismantle the ongoing legacies of colonialism, the systemic policies of genocide, relocation, and assimilation that continue to impact the indigenous Native American families. We respectfully acknowledge communities past, present, and future. As we continue to occupy the lands of the Tamian, Muwekma, Ohlone, and Amamutsun, we continue to respect the work of Tribal Chairman Valentin Lopez and the families of the lands. We recognize their knowledge, creativity, and resilience. We must create action, plan to support indigenous communities into the future. Also, I want to honor those missing and murdered indigenous women and the Ni Una Más movement, because our women are important, our indigenous women who have been lost. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention so that we can create safer places for our women. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the women here of all cultures, of all backgrounds, of all indigenous, to this land and also to those from far. Thank you. May you have a blessed day.
Thank you for that incredible land acknowledgement, Laura, and for the blessing. I was remiss, my apologies, in sharing that we have ASL interpretation services available outside with our friends, as you all just heard. I would now like to introduce our host, the first Vietnamese American to sit on the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. Her district includes the San José State campus, where we are today. Shout out to SJSU, as well as all of downtown San Jose and the east side. Please give it up for Santa Clara County Supervisor Betty Duong.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. I'm gonna, my staff's gonna freak out in a bit here. I'm gonna take a pause from what we had planned this morning. So today's a day of empowerment, of women and sisters uplifting each other, and I'm crying because earlier today, we received word that a good, dear friend, a fierce, badass activist, woman leader, role model, sister, mother, grandmother, Betsy Hammer Carr, passed away. For those of you who are lucky enough to know her, you know that she is blessing us today. This is what she wants to see in the world. More women supporting each other, leading the way, and just taking back this landscape, this world that continues to be robbed from us and our generations. For those of you who have not yet to meet her, there will be pouring tributes. I encourage you to just ask anyone or ask me about her, and I could tell you all the stories of who she is. She's part of the Black Panther movement, the labor movement, civil rights movement, every movement that has changed the world here in Santa Clara County in California in the Bay Area, she has been a part of it. So I'm gonna just ask for a moment of silence and honor of our dear friend's passing today. Thank you. And I'll tell you this, if she could tell me something right now, she'd be like, she would not want us to be sad. She would not want us to feel down. She would want us to make the most out of today. So in honor of Betsy, we will rise. Is that right? Thank you, Adriana, Angelica, our incredible MCs, for kicking off the day and for that beautiful, loving introduction. Welcome all of you to the 2025 Women's Leadership and Policy Summit. We are 8 years old today. This year's summit is the biggest ever. We broke Eventbrite. We maxed out at 1,300 registered attendees. And our theme this year is Fierce Futures, Rising Together. This summit is more than a day of panels and programs. It is a reminder of what happens when women across generations, backgrounds, and beliefs come together with courage and compassion. Our intergenerational roundtables, local vendors, and women-owned food partners reflect the spirit of the day. Connection, empowerment, joy, and good treats, good. Just good snacks and food and made with love. Every conversation, every story, and every shared meal brings us closer to the community we envision, one that is inclusive, resilient, and fierce. Being inclusive, resilient, and fierce are three of the main requirements to be the organizer of the Women's Leadership and Policy Summit every year. And this year's organizer, not me, host, is one of the most resilient, fierce, inclusive women I know. I'm gonna ask Lee Vo, please, wherever you are, please stand up right now. Lee Vo. Someone grab Lee. Lee, there she is. That is the lead organizer of this year's Women's Summit. Lee's been working on this for the last 6 months. We give her our hopes and our dreams, and she turns it into reality. Thank you, Lee, for your fierce leadership. Alongside her is our steering committee, an all-volunteer team of women leaders, sisters, mothers, aunties, and homegirls who spent every other week with us figuring out what would be the best possible party for the best women in the world. So I'm going to ask my members of the steering committee, please stand up. Please stand up so we can celebrate you. Steering committee. Wave, wave, wave. Wave your hands. Wave. Yes. Thank you. And thank you to all of our volunteers for helping us out today. This summit would not be possible without your effort, enthusiasm, and collaborative spirit. Thank you to the co-hosts of the 2025 Women's Leadership and Policy Summit, San José State University and Valley Health Foundation. Thank you to this year's presenting sponsor, Amazon. Gold sponsor, Silicon Valley Community Foundation. Our silver sponsors, Alaska Airlines, Applied Materials, Destination Home, Kaiser Permanente, PG&E, Santa Clara Valley Water District, Working Partnerships USA. Thank you. Our sponsors also include Carl and Marianne Salas and Mary Mabin, who made individual personal contributions. Thank you for your lifelong supportive community. Sponsors include Comcast, the county's Employees Management Association, Gardner Health Services, Home for Santa Clara County, Mission College, Registered Nurses Professional Association, San Francisco 49ers, Sheet Metal Workers Local Union 104, Sobrados Philanthropies, Sutter Health, the Health Trust, UA Local 393. Center for Employment Training, Santa Clara County and San Benito Building Construction Trades Council, Advanced Consulting. Thank you so much for answering the call and coming through to throw this party for us today. Can we give our sponsors a big round of applause? Let me just tell you, it didn't even take their arm twisting. All we did was send them an email, gave them a phone call. Hey, we're having a women's summit. They go, how much do you need? So all my fundraisers and all my activists who are looking for ways to build their organization, sponsors, don't mean to put you on the spot, but I am. Check them out. They are ready to ride with you. Okay. At this time, I also would like to ask our Women Leading Change honorees to please stand. Please rise. I see you. I know you don't want the attention, but we're going to give it to you. Stay standing, stay standing, stay standing, stay standing. This year, when we made the call for nominations of women leading change, women leading through transformational love, inclusion, badassery, your colleagues and peers nominated these women to say that they are changing lives every day. So thank you for being with us. One more round of applause. All of our Women Leading Change honorees are wearing a special button saying Women Leading Change. So I encourage everybody to give them a hug, a handshake, well, with consent, of course, hug, right? Say hello, introduce yourselves, and find out what brought them here. What was their road? What was their road and what was their path to leadership? And what do they envision for the future? I'm sure they're going to want to hear your vision, too. Thank you. You may be seated. This year, for the first time in history, a supermajority of the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors is made up of women. At the same time, this is also the year where we are facing the worst crisis in the County of Santa Clara's history. The devastating funding cuts included in H.R. 1 will cripple healthcare and food assistance in our county. Fortunately, for us and for me, as the freshman supervisor, we have both a supermajority of women and a superwoman majority on the Board of Supervisors. There is no one else I would have standing beside me during this crisis than my colleagues, and Otto, our ally. I am so honored and lucky to serve alongside Supervisors Susan Ellenberg, Sylvia Reyes, and Margaret Abe Koga. Each of them are so passionate and devoted to the residents of Santa Clara County. They truly are superwomen. I know together we will weather any storm that this federal administration has in store for us. Which is why, surprise, I am so proud to present them with the 2025 Women's Leadership and Policy Summit Superwoman Award. May I invite my colleagues, please, to join me on stage? As they're making their way upstage, I'm going to also ask Chief Operating Officer Greta Hansen to please stand. Not only do we have a superwoman majority, we also have a superwoman, a fellow superwoman leading at the helm of all operations at Santa Clara County. All right. Supervisor Ellenberg. Superwoman, Supervisor Ellenberg, thank you. Thank you for your friendship, your mentorship, and your leadership. There is no one as unyielding as you are when it comes to childcare, expansion of childcare, and being the one alongside Supervisor Otto Lee to declare a behavioral health crisis in Santa Clara County and making sure that was a priority for all of us before we even knew it was going to be a priority. Thank you.
That's so generous.
Supervisor Abe Koga. Supervisor Abe Koga is the first Japanese-American woman to serve on the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. And together, we are the first Asian-American women to serve on the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Abe Koga, your vision to expand healthcare and health equity to all communities, and also to make sure that public transportation remains a right for all communities, is truly inspiring and literally and figuratively moving us. Thank you. Thank you. I would invite you to say a couple words. Oh, Otto is here to help me present. He is our gracious ally. Thank you, Otto. Yeah. Just 1 minute each. Our president.
Well, first of all, good morning, everybody. Wow, what a crowd. Look at this. This is amazing. And I would first want to recognize how all this started, actually. Is actually from the heart and soul of a really amazing woman leader of this county. And unfortunately, we lost her for a little bit of time in New Mexico. But the thing is, she is here today with us. Yes. And that's my awesome colleague. I'm so honored to have served with her the last 4 years. Cindy Chavez, please rise. I want to give her a huge round of applause. Thank you, thank you. I just want to say it's truly an honor to be serving in the supermajority women board as your board president. And I'm a dad of 3 daughters. So I've been trained for my life for this role, right? Honestly, I'm just truly honored to be here with so many of you here. There's so much work ahead with what we have to deal with from the Washington, D.C., and the challenges ahead. There's no better partners I have than these amazingly strong women and so many of you here, because we can do this. Si se puede. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Well, good morning, badass women. What an incredible sight to look out and see so many incredible folks here. Thank you so much to my dear colleague and friend, Betty Duong, for putting this on. This is really a party, a special occasion. We stand at this very interesting time. I wake up every morning and think how fortunate I am to be here. When this country in so many ways feels like it's going backwards, here in Santa Clara County, we move forward with a supermajority of women on the County Board of Supervisors and our girl dad, president. We, as mentioned, we face some big challenges, but I know that with our team here, we will make it through and we will get through these times. I know that I stand here at this moment and I'm really honored to be a part of history as sharing this stage with Betty as the first two AAPI women to serve on the Board of Supervisors. That I stand on the shoulders of the incredible and fierce women before me, including our wonderful former supervisor, Cindy Chavez, who really was a brainchild to all of this, and just so grateful for your mentorship, Cindy. Thank you so much. And I look out to all of the young leaders. You are our future, and as a mom myself of two college-age daughters, they are what motivate me to do this work. You are our future. You are the leaders now, and I hope that you take this opportunity. Know that we are here to support you and lead into the future because, frankly, we need you. And Fierce Futures is really about that. It's about rising together, knowing that we are here collectively, we are stronger together, and that's how we're gonna make it through these times and into prosperity. And so thank you all for being here. When women rise, we all rise, this community rises, this country rises. So let's rise together and have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Ellenberg. Thank you so much, Supervisor Young, for your leadership, your friendship, for carrying on this beautiful, beautiful tradition of bringing women together to learn, to celebrate, to lift up one another, and to build our collective energy and power to make the world a better place. H.R. 1, that guy in D.C. signed on July 4th, is an assault on women for so many reasons, besides many of the obvious issues around reproductive health rights, around LGBTQ community. What H.R. 1 is seeking to do and will do is crash the safety net of our country. And when women lead, whether we are leading in elected office, in education, like President Teniente Matson, in business, like Kathy Young. When women lead, lives get better for families and children. And the attacks on H.R. 1 are to the health of families and children. This administration has blatantly said, we do not care if families lose access to health care. We don't care if families lose access to food, to stable housing, to the basic necessities of life that every mama, every daughter, every sister, every ally knows is literally life-giving and has the hideous potential of being life-taking. So we need your fierceness right now. I hate to say more than ever, because I feel like we've been saying more than ever for a good number of years, and it is just annoying as it is to keep saying this is unprecedented. It is freaking unprecedented. These safety net services have been in place since Lyndon Johnson was president. Very popular through Republicans, through Democrats. And the threat right now cannot possibly be overstated. So use your energy, use your voices, use your power, lift each other up, make sure everybody in our community knows what the risks are and what we can do here in Santa Clara County to mitigate that harm and say, we do care. We care if people have health care. We care if they have access to food and to housing. We care about people in our community. We know you do too. Please help us make sure we can continue to do that work here at the county. Have a magnificent day.
That's right.
Yes.
Woo!
Okay. We're done, right?
Okay. Thank you. One more round of applause, please. The goal of the Women's Leadership and Policy Summit has always been threefold: to recognize the amazing women leaders around us, to help share experiences and knowledge with the next generation, and to help all of you connect with each other and form your own networks and communities. Expand, enhance, and build this movement together. It's only together that we're going to be able to do this and get through to the other side. That is how we create fierce futures, rising together. We are honoring and recognizing an incredible group of women today with our awards. You can read more about them in your program. We have many of them here today. Our resource fairs include women-owned businesses and women-run community organization. Today is about engaging, empowering, and uplifting all of those so we can go out and engage, empower, and uplift our families, businesses, neighbors, and entire communities. But I know we do that every day. So if y'all need a break too, please take that into account because we have lots of activities and activation stations today. I know that we have a No Kings rally happening a few blocks away. Yes! So I know that this is the type of crowd that would be rallying, right, in the streets and taking it to the streets. So if you need to go or whatever the spirit compels you, please feel free to move freely from the Women's Summit to the rally, back and forth. And we're here to help you with that because we have an activation station where you can make your own protest signs. Or a personal piece of art of encouragement or a gift for someone else, but we've got all the supplies and art teachers out there for you. We also have a bouquet making station because the world needs them flowers and you deserve all the flowers coming your way. Yes. And I am so happy to see my colleague, Supervisor Silverena. She is here. Rounding out the superwoman majority of the Board of Supervisors. And Supervisor Reyes, you didn't know this, but we have a surprise for you. Please join us on stage. Thank you for fighting through traffic to get here, all the way from South County, D1. But I'm honored to present you with a Superwoman Award for your work advocating for the most vulnerable, leading the way in the Latino health assessment, and charging ahead to ensure all immigrant communities are safe and secure here in Santa Clara County.
Good morning. I didn't know I was going to cry this early. I wouldn't have put my mascara on. It's not waterproof today. So thank you so much, Supervisor Young, for this recognition. I truly appreciate it. I think it means so much when people see you and when you're seen and when all of the efforts that you've made actually matter, right? And I know that there's a lot of people who've come before us, a lot of women who've come before us that have sacrificed and that have put in a lot of work so that we can stand here today. And I want to thank some of those women, especially former Supervisor Cindy Chavez. Let's give her a big round of applause. I know this is a lot of the work that you laid out a long time ago, Cindy, and I truly appreciate it. I think for just a quick message for everyone, when you don't intend to do something, I think that's exactly when you should do it. I never intended to be elected, but it was at a necessity to represent my son, and the needs that he had. And so I urge you to listen to what motivates you and what moves you and the passion that you have in your heart, because we should always listen to our intuition. So good luck today. Keep your hearts open and your spirits up. We have a lot of work to do, but there's a lot of work already that has been done. And thank you so much, Supervisor Young, for bringing us together, for making sure the spirit of women are celebrated and elevated in a way that is befitting of us. Thank you.
Finally, I want to thank all of you for being here today and for being interested and committed to bettering your community, for all the work that you have done, the work that you continue to do, and also for the rest and the resistance and rest and peace and joy that you'll bring for yourself and to bring to those around you. It is the women of Santa Clara County who bring hope and joy to this place and that we all love and call home. Please enjoy today's summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Young. I don't know about you, I am feeling empowered. How are you all feeling right now? Yeah. So we want to pick up a little bit of time here, and we want to acknowledge all of the elected officials in attendance today. So we are going to say elected officials' name, and you all are going to clap once. Do you think we can do a practice clap? Ready? Excellent. You guys are pros. All right. So we'll start with Mount Pleasant School District, Melissa Gott Lopez. Berryessa School District Board Member. Uh-oh. Can you read that? Say it again. Oh, sorry. I couldn't read the handwriting. Berryessa School District Board Member Thelma Boak. Yeah. Fremont Union High School District Member Naomi Nakano Matsumoto. Santa Clara County Board of Education Jessica Spicer. Palo Alto Vice Mayor Vicki Vechner. Santa Clara County Supervisor Margaret Aba Koga. Santa Clara County Supervisor Susan Ellenberg. Supervisor Sylvia Arenas. Supervisor Otto Lee. Supervisor Betty Young. San Jose City Council Member Anthony Tordias. And I'll hand it over to Jill.
All right, my turn. Los Altos School District Member Shali Surkay. Saratoga City Council Member Yan Zhao. Fremont Union High School District Member Rosa Kim. Cupertino Union School District Member Sylvia Leong. Hollister City Council Member Dolores Morales. San Jose Unified School District Member Teresa Castellanos. All right, anyone else, any other elected officials in the House with us that we did not call? All right, we did it. Thank you for joining us. And now we would like to introduce the co-host of this year's summit, Valley Health Foundation CEO Michael Elliott, to the stage.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a delight to see you all here. Thank you for being here bright and early. We know you have your choice of activities of making your voice heard today, so we're glad that you're starting here today. I'm Michael Elliott with Valley Health Foundation, and I tell this story every year. Why is Valley Health Foundation part of this event? Is it just because it's very hard to say no to Betty? Yes, that's 90% of the answer. But the 10% is really important. Our offices are on the campus of Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, and that hospital only exists because of women leaders in this community that have fought to keep it open and fought to make it the best public hospital system in America. And as our supervisors already said, yes, thank you. As our supervisors have already said, when women lead, we get health care for all. When women lead, we get affordable housing. When women lead, we get safe schools. When women lead, we get clean air and clean water. So today is immensely important, and we're really proud to be part of this. And my ask to you is let's be the most awesome students today. Let's sit at the front of the class, let's ask questions, and let's make connections. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet with you here today.
Woo, I know we're running late, so I'm running. Thank you, Michael. We would now like to introduce Kathy Yoon from our presenting sponsor, Amazon, to the stage.
everybody. Good morning. I am so honored and happy to be here today. My name is Kathy Duong. I lead local government affairs on behalf of Amazon throughout communities in Northern California. But I'm also proud to say that my name is Duong. Yes, I have a relation to Supervisor Duong. We are sisters. Being born and raised in San Jose to low-income family, Betty and I rode secondhand bikes across San Jose State, exploring and thinking about how this city is just so amazing and so vibrant. We never thought we'd be where we are, but we are here because of the sisters, mothers, allies, friends who supported us and support you all today. I'm honored on behalf of Amazon to be able to sponsor this event because when we uplift our sisters and our allies, we uplift our communities. And the work that we do today, I'm so excited for you. It's going to be amazing. We're going to get some tools. We're going to get some skills. We're going to make new friends, and we're going to build community. And at Amazon, we're committed to creating a diverse and inclusive company that helps us build the best range of products and services to our broad customer base. To build our products and services for our diverse customers, we need diverse employees. These are people who live and just use these devices, and we need to build the best devices that work for you. And to do that, it's important to prioritize equal pay, to create career pathways, to partner with small and diverse businesses that help us serve our customers. We also believe that inequitable treatment of anyone, including Black people, LGBT people, Asian women, and others, is unacceptable. And we advocate for policies designed to remove barriers to equity and create inclusive environment for everyone. So I'm so grateful that you're all here. I can't wait to talk to you and learn from our workshops, and we're just so honored to be a part of today's event. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kathy. And now I would like to introduce the president of San Jose State University, Dr. Cynthia Teniente Matson.
Go Spartans, that's right. Good morning. I often say great things happen when women come together, but I think great things also happen when Spartans come together. We are absolutely delighted to be hosting this event here on our campus. Thank you, Supervisor Young, for bringing this back, for Lee Vo, for all of the work of the planning team, Dean Anne-Marie Todd, who was also on the steering committee. On behalf of all of us on campus, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm proud that we're a partner in this work and in these dialogues. And today there are several Spartans that are facilitating workshops and receiving awards. If you're a student participating today, I encourage you to attend the youth panel being moderated by one of our fourth-year students, Ari Tuidalabataki. Where are you, Ari? She's already in her room getting ready because we're behind. If you want to explore how to build and take care of in charge of your personal brand, our senior AVP for University Marketing and Communications, Giselle Nunez, is facilitating that workshop today also. Thank you, Giselle. And we have several Spartans that are being honored today, including Monica Gomez, class of 96, Camille Fontanilla, class of 2010, and Dr. Simon Lundquist, class of 07. Thank you, Spartans, for your good work and being recognized today for your visionary and community-minded support. There's just a couple things I want to say. Let's be honest. As you've heard from others, we're living through very complicated times, politically, technologically, and globally. The pace of change is dizzying, and yet women continue to lead, not just in moments of triumph, but in moments of uncertainty. I'm reminded of the words of Eleanor Roosevelt, who said, and I quote, "A woman is like a tea bag. You can't tell how strong she is until you put her in hot water." End quote. Well, in today's turbulence, women's leadership is a demonstration of the strength, some that you've seen already this morning. But women are the strength that anchor families, workplaces, and institutions. Women provide clarity when there is disruption. And women provide hope when the world feels fractured. I'm also reminded of a quote, or ideology, I would say, by Melinda French Gates, who said, and I quote, "A woman with a voice is by definition a strong woman. But the search to find that voice can be remarkably difficult." End quote. Well, you all are here today. You're demonstrating that you found your voice and you're using it and opening doors for others. So today, let's make this pledge together. First, to support and lift each other. Second, to demand that women be seated and heard at every decision-making table, just like the superwomen on our board of supervisors, and to build communities and policies that are reflective of the strength that women and the wisdom of women and the potential for all women to be successful. Thank you for coming to San Jose State today. Thank you for taking part in this powerful gathering. I'm honored to be here with all of you as change makers and excited for what the day has to bring forward. Let's lead together. Let's lead forward. Thank you and welcome again to our campus.
Thank you, Dr. Teniente Matson. We would now like to introduce Marie DaCosta from our gold sponsor, the Silicon Valley Community Foundation.
Good morning. Do you all feel really charged up? Because these speeches have been empowering, emotional, all of it. My name is Marie DaCosta. I'm the Executive Vice President for Philanthropic Partnerships at Silicon Valley Community Foundation, or SVCF. On behalf of SVCF, the Community Foundation serving Santa Clara and San Mateo counties, I also want to thank Supervisor Betty Duong, San José State University, and Valley Health Foundation for hosting this year's Women's Leadership and Policy Summit, and for bringing together such a powerful gathering of community voices. It is simply inspiring to see so many leaders, advocates, and change makers in one room, all of us united by a shared purpose, advancing gender equity and strengthening our communities. At SVCF, we're proud to sponsor this event. It aligns perfectly with our mission of a community united to create an equitable, economically secure, and vibrant future for all across Silicon Valley with shared prosperity. The summit's theme, Women Leading Change, Fierce Futures, Rising Together, resonates deeply with us. In a time when so many of our communities are facing threats to health, safety, and opportunity, gatherings like today's remind us of the power of collaboration, courage, and care. Women have always been at the forefront of movements for justice and progress, leading with empathy and conviction. Today is about celebrating that leadership and strengthening it for the future. Thank you again to the organizers and to all of you who continue to lead change fiercely and fearlessly. It truly is an honor to introduce our morning's keynote speaker, former Santa Clara County Supervisor Cindy Chavez, a dynamic and passionate leader deeply committed to strengthening our communities and advancing the greater good. She served on the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors from 2013 to 2024, representing nearly 500,000 residents in District 2, which includes Central, East, and South San Jose. In her role as president of the Board of Supervisors in 2020, during the worst of the COVID pandemic, Her tireless work ensured that during those first 2 years, the death toll was less than half the national average. Her actions and efforts to coordinate a collaborative, unified local response to the pandemic involving government, business, and the nonprofit sector helped save thousands of lives in Santa Clara County. Throughout her career, she has been a passionate advocate for women, mothers, families, workers, and historically marginalized communities. She served on the San Jose City Council, where she was also vice mayor. Throughout her public service, Cindy has been a tireless advocate for equity, opportunity, and inclusion. Her leadership has advanced affordable housing, early childhood education, and immigrant rights, among many other causes. As a lifelong champion for women's rights, she uses her voice and platform to uplift and empower women leaders. In fact, we all owe her credit for being here today. It was Cindy who founded this Women's Summit, which has since grown into the incredible sold-out annual gathering that it is today. So thank you, Cindy. SVCF has had a long and meaningful partnership with Cindy and her office, collaborating over the years on issues close to her heart and our mission, serving our region's most vulnerable residents. Though she now resides in New Mexico, as Otto mentioned, Cindy continues to fight tirelessly for justice and opportunity, just as she did here in Silicon Valley. Please join me in welcoming Cindy Chavez, a true friend and ally to our community.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, everybody. I am so excited to be here. I really cannot tell you. And I want to start out by saying just such a sincere thank you to the organizing committee and Betty, to you. You know, the way you know progress is happening is if the leaders who come after you are stronger and better than you are. That's exactly how I feel about you. I'm so really delighted. And yeah, anyway, Betty and I are both misty. We're misty people. I also just wanted to say thank you to the sponsors. And the reason is that, you know, people are investing in you today. Like other people are saying, you know what, we're going to invest in women today. And so to each and every one of our sponsors, let me just give them a big round of applause, because that tells you something about those organizations. And in particular, San Jose State. And I'm not just saying this because I'm a proud Spartan, but I also just want to say, to see the president of the university, by the way, the first Latina ever to lead this institution, here tells you how important it is to be here today. So I know we have to get back on schedule, and nobody told me this, but Betty pinched me. So I'm just kidding, she didn't. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to tell a couple of stories about what it means to be fierce, how we think about the future, and what that means for us today. So many moons ago, literally 100 years ago, I was leading this training, and we were taking young people across the state, and we were getting them excited about the labor movement. And a lot of them had come from families that were really working hard, like in the fields and factories and, you know, in construction and all of these really challenging places. And so we found this great group of people, and one of the women was this young, vibrant Latina. She had like eyelashes out to here. She always looked like dressed to the nines, and the rest of us were coming to work in jeans and stuff. And so one day, the students, because they were all young, they were having a discussion with each other, and one of the young men made some comment about how serious the work we were doing was. And he sort of looked at her like she was not serious. And it really bothered her, and we were letting all these folks find their voices, right? So we weren't intervening, just facilitating these discussions. And she said the funniest thing afterwards. She walked up to me and she said, you know, I've been thinking about this. I know people think I'm fluff, but I'm fierce fluff. And here's what the follow-up was at. She's like, and I'm smart, and I'm tough, and I'm strong. And I was listening to her, and I was thinking, like, what an incredible thing for a 21-year-old, right, to come forward in a room of, by the way, most of them were college educated, and she was not, but she knew her value, and she was not going to let anybody in that room push her around. And by the way, I've seen her since. She's still fierce as hell and super fluffy, still adorable. My point is this, that we all come to the table with our gifts, with our strengths, with our fears, with all of those things. And when we talk about being an authentic leader, here's what I actually think it means. I think sometimes we say it means you have permission to act out or permission to be inappropriate. It isn't that. It is understanding yourself enough to know that, of course, when you do something different, hard, you're in an environment you don't know, of course you're going to be afraid. It's okay to be afraid. Of course you're going to feel self-conscious. It is okay to feel self-conscious. Of course you're going to ask over and over again, am I in the right place? That is okay. As long as the answer is to move forward. When those issues, or when we feel the way we feel about ourselves or our environment stops us from acting in ways that bring justice, health, and vitality to our communities, that is when we've lost. So when I first ran for office, maybe I think it might have been the first time. And think about this. This is I'm sorry for the world you all live in with all the social media, because what happens to you now didn't happen to me till I was a grown-ass adult. But what happened was, so I'm 30, I was probably 33 or 4, and I'm running for office, and one of the newspapers, or maybe I was in office already, but anyway, one of the newspapers printed a comic strip of me eating at an event, and it was all to make fun of my weight. And I remember that a neighbor actually showed it to me and said, oh, I'm so sorry for what happened to you in the press. By the way, that was the beginning of hearing that a lot over my career. I'm so sorry about what happened. But I remember looking at it, and at first, can you imagine like how you feel when someone makes any kind of comment about how you look? I mean, just even, I don't know, when you go to work one day and you're feeling great and someone says, oh, you look really tired. By the way, don't do that. Unhelpful. But it starts to make you feel like, oh my gosh, what am I look tired, I'm not ready to go, whatever that is. But I looked at that and I thought, and it was hurtful, it really was. But it was the beginning of me understanding something that I had heard people talk about all the time, which is this. We live in a world now, and you live in a world where you feel judged all the time. So here's what I'm going to say, and this goes back to feeling authentic. Of course you feel judged. Of course. Again, the question is, what do you do about it? Do you let that stop you? Do you let it change your behavior in a way that isn't good for you or your community? Do you try to be something else? Authenticity means taking every challenge that comes your way and jumping over it. And, and really, I could tell you a lot of different stories about women and leaders I saw overcome that kind of judgment and harassment. And it's worse now because we live in an era where being a bully is what we equate with leadership, right? Being a bully is being a leader. What do we have to do to address bullies? Confront them. What else? What? You have to yell it out. Don't let it stop you. What else? Speak up, set boundaries. What else? Fight back. But the most important part of that is what you're doing here today. You have to link arms with other people. Because what bullies thrive on, and what this guy in this paper who wrote about me 100 years, it's a Metro, I'll say it. Although I will say the Merc also wrote about my weight once, which was like, they don't do that anymore. They better not. But my point is that if you do not act as a team, you lose. And what bullies do is they humiliate, they intimidate, they try to separate you. And again, what's happening? At a national level, going after universities, going after law firms, going after individuals who speak up. Even if you don't agree with the person standing next to you, we do not tolerate that kind of leadership because it teaches a whole generation that all you have to do is look out for yourself. That is not how women lead. We lead together, we lead collaboratively, we bring each other along, and I'll say this to all of you, even when you feel annoyed with the other person, because we do, right? We fight, and we could talk about that. We fight. But our job is to lift that other woman up no matter what. Because when you share values, that kind of ferocity turns into a new way of building a society. And we are going to have to rebuild the one we're in. So I'm going to ask you to all stand up. We're going to do a little engagement here. And I'm going to ask you to repeat after me. Are you ready? Are you ready for today? Yes. All right. And we're going to talk about it not in the future. We're going to talk about this today. I am brave. I am strong. I am hope. I am the future. I am the present. This is my community. You are my sisters. This is my nation. We will rebuild for all of us. Every one of us. And we will be brave. Be courageous. Be strong. Be hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. I think we all needed that this morning. So wonderful to have you back in San Jose and Santa Clara County, if only for a little bit of time.
Ooh, wow, the energy, the heat. Cindy, just took my breath away. But before we let you all go for your morning breakout sessions, Mountain View Vice Mayor Emily Ann Ramos is in the house. Want to make sure we acknowledge her. Hey. All right, so it's now time for your morning breakout sessions. Please enjoy your morning.
Woo! If you don't know where your workshop is, you can look in your program. Enjoy your morning session.
Can they scan this?
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope that everyone had a productive morning session. Box lunches are now available on either side of the ballroom. So the lunches are designed today to be eaten at your seats. So please make sure to grab a box lunch, find a seat, and we have a powerful and informative keynote speaker and plenary panel discussion.
Thanks, Adriana. And before I introduce our lunchtime keynote speaker, who is one of my favorite people, we also want to acknowledge that more elected leaders have joined us for this historic day. We are joined by San Jose City Council member Peter Ortiz. Shout outs to Councilmember Ortiz. Okay. All right, so I have the honor of introducing our keynote speaker, and I am a little small, so I'm on my tiptoes, locking eyes with her, but our keynote speaker is California Community College's Deputy Chancellor, Dr. Rowena Tomeneng. Give it up. Woo! Before becoming Deputy Chancellor of the 116 campus California Community College system, Dr. Tomeneng served as president of San Jose City College, and before that as president of Berkeley City College. She also currently serves as the co-chair of the California Community College's Women's Caucus and has mentored many of us up and down the state and across the country. She also serves on Lead Filipino's board of directors. Throughout her career, she has focused on elevating the voices of first-generation and low-income students and champions and continues to do this work for equal access to higher education. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Rowena Tomeneng.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Yeah, okay, thank you so much, Dr. Cortez, for that warm introduction. Magandang hapon, good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Woo! I know, I'm fired up, especially with the wonderful Bollywood dancers, and hopefully all of you are fired up as well, and you had great morning sessions. So again, my name is Dr. Rowena Tomeneng, and I serve as the Deputy Chancellor for the California Community Colleges, the largest system of higher education in the nation. Our 116 colleges, 7 in Santa Clara County, serve close to 2.2 million students. 2.2 million students, with 53% of our students identifying as female. Woo! Woo! I also have the privilege to serve as a member of the board of directors of Lead Filipino here in Santa Clara County. Where are my Lead Filipino peeps? Woo! And as some of you know, Lead Filipino is an organization focused on advancing the civic engagement, health equity, and grassroots action of Filipina XO and broader Asian American Pacific Islander communities. So give it up again for my Lead Filipino peeps. I also want to begin by offering my deep thanks to Supervisor Betty Duong for the invitation to join you at this year's Women's Policy Summit. And of course, former Supervisor Cindy Chavez for your many years of service to Santa Clara County, and also you have been an amazing supporter of my former campus, San Jose City College. So it's truly an honor to be here in community, such fierce and visionary leaders. My gratitude also goes out to Supervisor Duong's team, Valley Health Foundation, and San Jose State University for hosting us, especially my colleague, President Dr. Cynthia Tenente Matson, and the incredible Spartans event team for providing such a beautiful venue and strong support for today's gathering. Thank you. Woo! And another special thanks to our presenting sponsor, Amazon, and gold sponsor, the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, along with the many sponsors, steering committee members, and speakers, volunteers, and all of you attendees whose collective labor and passion is already making today a wonderful success. So let's give it up to our hosts, sponsors, and their team members, and give them a big round of applause. Woo! Thank you. Now, I'd like to share a little bit about my story. I am a first-generation immigrant born in the Philippines. My family immigrated to the United States shortly after martial law was declared in 1972 by then-President Ferdinand Marcos. My family was fortunate that we were able to leave during that time, but our family members, those left behind, had to face the dismantling of democratic institutions, widespread corruption, an increase in human rights violations, and an economic decline that still plagues the country. I also consider myself a critical educator of color who practices human rights education in both the teaching that I do and also in my leadership. I recognize that I stand on the shoulders of my elders whose sacrifices and generational wisdom paved the way for the opportunities me and my family members now have. My passion for serving marginalized communities is rooted in the cuentos, or the stories, that my mother shared about my grandfather, my Lolo Crosby, who was a manghihilot, a faith healer and community leader in his village on the island of Mindoro. His life of service continues to inspire leadership and commitment to serve marginalized communities within my family and across the generations of my family. My personal story has deeply shaped my journey as a higher education leader and how I view the importance of today's gathering, and why I am especially grateful for all of you. As a first-generation immigrant from the Philippines, a community college transfer student, the eldest daughter of an eldest daughter of a family of faith healers, it is deeply moving to stand before you in this room, a multi-generational gathering of women leaders from every sector, community-based organizations, civic institutions, higher education, K-12, healthcare, business, and industry. You are the engines of progress in Santa Clara County. You are shaping not only the present, but the possibilities for our shared future. This year's theme, I was very happy to see this year's theme, Fierce Futures Rising Together. It's not just timely, it's a call to action, it's a call for solidarity and transformation. As our speakers this morning shared, we are living in a time that demands nothing less than our full attention, our courage, our fierceness, our collective power. The challenges we face, especially those impacting women, girls, and gender diverse people, are real and they are deeply systematic. The rollback of reproductive rights has endangered the health and autonomy of millions, especially low-income women, women of color, and those in rural areas. LGBTQ plus youth and transgender communities are under legislative attack, their identities erased from schools, their care criminalized, their safety jeopardized. Immigrant families, many right here in this county, are living in fear of separation, detention, and deportation, despite being the backbone of our communities. Funding for minority serving institutions and diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI initiatives, is being slashed, sending a clear message to students from historically marginalized communities that their stories and struggle are unwelcome. And working women, particularly those raising children, caring for elders, and navigating impossible economic conditions, are being asked to do more with less, often with no safety net. So these, again, are not isolated crises. They are connected, and they form a dangerous narrative that says only some of us are worthy of dignity, worthy of opportunity, or safety. But that is not our story. Our story, the one we are writing here today and every day, is one of resilience, brilliance, and collective rising, to go back to our theme. So let's talk about who the women of Santa Clara County are. You are over 900,000 women living here, nearly half the population of the county. More than half of our women are under 40, bursting with energy, talent, potential, and innovation. You are the largest ethnic group among women here in Santa Clara County, are Asian and white, followed by Latina, African American, Black, and other communities of color, reflecting the vibrant diversity of this region. Over 30% of women here are foreign-born, shaping our global culture, our economy, and our collective spirit. Women here today, you here today, are students, educators, scientists, artists, caregivers, entrepreneurs, civic leaders, and warriors for justice, as we saw this morning and in the sessions that have already taken place. And yes, you are single mothers, you are veterans, you are LGBTQ plus individuals. Women are here from every walk of life. You are not only surviving, but you are building new futures for all of us. So these are not just statistics that I give you. These are our mothers, our daughters, our aunties, our lolas, students, neighbors, our colleagues. You are not the footnotes of this country's progress. You are the strategy, you are its strength. So what does it mean in terms of our theme for all of us to rise together? It means making policy with women, not just creating policy for them. It means investing in reproductive justice, in universal childcare, in affordable housing and health care, and in higher education that is accessible, inclusive, and liberatory. It looks like investing in jobs with dignity for our community. It means acknowledging that single mothers who are often asked to hold up the entire family alone need real support, not just paying lip service. It means honoring our female veterans, many of whom return home to under-resourced systems that do not match the depth of their service. And it means ensuring immigrant women are not forced to live in fear and that they have access to the same protections, resources, and opportunities as everyone else. And it means embracing intersectionality, not as a buzzword, but as a practice, and understanding that we cannot fight for gender justice without addressing racism, homophobia, xenophobia, ableism, and economic inequality. And it means believing that when women lead, as what was said by our speakers earlier, entire communities thrive. When women lead, entire communities thrive. Woo! So let me close by lifting up the words of one of my sheroes, Dr. Maya Angelou, because when I saw the theme, I immediately went to one of her most powerful poems. Maya Angelou, American poet and civil rights activist, who reminds us that you may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise. This is not just poetry, this is a legacy. It is a call to every woman here who has been underestimated, underpaid, or unheard, and still you show up, still you lead, and you still rise. Ow! Woo! Out of the huts of history, shame, I rise. Up from the past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I am a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I hear in the tide. We are that tide. We carry the dreams of our ancestors and the hopes of our daughters. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave, I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. So everyone here, community, let us rise with intention. Let us build futures rooted in justice, compassion, and collective liberation. Let us lead with courage together and never alone. Let's build, let's lead, let's rise together. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share words. Maraming salamat. And don't forget to vote. I already mailed in my ballot, so can all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tomaning. She is so fly. Still we rise. Awesome. We have some other fly people in the house, all of you, but some special shout outs to our fly county executive leaders who are here with us. We will hear from some of them shortly, but I'd like to acknowledge a few. Dr. Sarah Rudman, the newly appointed Santa Clara County Public Health Officer. Thank you for joining us and speaking today. We have Wendy Kinnear-Rausch, the Director of the Department of Family and Children Services with us. Thank you for joining. Vanessa Merlano, the Director of the Department of Aging and Adult Services, is in the house with us today. Yeah. And Ilona Betkolia, the Director of the Department of Benefits and Services. Let's give it up. Awesome.
Thank you, Jal. All right, so we are ready for our plenary panel for this afternoon. So the topic is women's health equity, reproductive justice, and maternal health. And so we're going to give you some of the bios of our panelists. So as we read your names, if you could make your way up on the stage and take a seat. So we'll start with Dr. Sarah Rudman, Santa Clara County Health Officer and Public Health Director. Dr. Rudman has worked for the Public Health Department since 2016 and is a graduate of Cornell University Medical School, UC Berkeley, and Stanford University. Come on up. Darcy Green is Executive Director of Latinos Contra Cancer and has previously held roles at Kaiser Permanente, the California State Legislature, and has served as President of the Santa Clara County Board of Education. Dr. Carol Summersell is Vice Chair of the El Camino Healthcare District Board of Directors. She's a board-certified OBGYN and a graduate of Harvard and the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. And Maria Dane is Executive Director of Parents Helping Parents, a nonprofit that offers 500 trainings and support groups annually for parents of children, both young and adult, with special needs. Parents Helping Parents offers services in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese and has a robust online presence. All right. And Dolores Alvarado is the CEO of Community Health Partnerships, a network of community health centers in Santa Clara and San Mateo counties that serves more than 275,000 patients a year, with more than half of them from families below the federal poverty level.
Sorry, I'm shuffling. I don't know where to stand. I don't want to block these ladies. Our panel moderator is Diana Zamora Marroquin, the Senior Director for Public Affairs at Planned Parenthood Mar Monte. She is a graduate of the University of Southern California. Okay, go Trojans, fight on. And the University of San Diego. Welcome, Diana, and our panelists.
I'm glad I didn't eat 3 tacos. I don't really fit back here. Welcome, everyone. We are so excited to have you here today. Thank you so much for joining us. On the screen, you'll see that we are doing the Women's Health Equity, Reproductive Justice, and Maternal Health. You have already heard very, very brief bios about each of these women, and I would really encourage you to go into your program and read about them. They are extraordinary human beings, and what you heard today is just the tip of the iceberg. So their bios alone are very inspiring. Today, we're gonna have just some general questions for all the panelists, and then we're really gonna have an opportunity to delve into what each of these panelists is a subject matter expert on. And they have such an array of experience that just speaking to them to prepare for this, I learned so much. So I am really excited to be able to have you learn as well. All right, so to get started, first question, nice and broad for any of the panelists that would like to answer. What is it that drew you or really continues to draw you into this space of advocating for health equity, reproductive justice, maternal health, women's health? And you each have a microphone, so feel free to go forth.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me? Yes, okay. So my mother was an immigrant from Jamaica, and she was head of economic opportunity for New York State. So in my bones, equity was part of my bones. I was doing blocks on the floor when she was in her meetings. And then when I got to Johns Hopkins Medical School, and I took my OBGYN rotation, none of my teachers were women. They were all men back then. Now, thank God, we've changed a little bit. But it just struck me, how come women aren't taking care of women? And so that's what drew me to both health equity and also taking care of women.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for asking me to be here. I like you, I went back in my mind to my mom, of course. Number one, she had to have a hysterectomy at a very young age, and I was there to help her as a young child. I had no idea what was going on, absolutely none. I saw the arguments between the families on whether she should have a hysterectomy or not, because it wasn't her body. They were all concerned about, is she going to be able to have more children? And luckily, my father stood up and said, she has a tumor, get it out. You know, she's going to die at the age of 25 or something. I remember that clearly. I remember the first time that I went to UCSF when we immigrated to the United States, and I knew a little bit of English, and she had to have what I know now as a pap smear. I didn't know at the time what was due, and I had to interpret. So I asked the question, doesn't anybody speak Spanish around here? Because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm 10 years old. That's the biggest motivator. The second motivator was when I joined as a member of the staff of La Clínica de la Raza, which is a community health center in Oakland. And what I saw, the poverty, well, we now call the social determinants of health. Those things were already there, and there was no fancy name. As a result of that, I ended up in the School of Public Health in maternal and child health, and that really opened up my perspective, my skills, and that's what drew me to staying in the field of community health centers, with 65% of the patients being childbearing age women. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm so honored to be on this panel. When I was reflecting on the answer to this question, I was taken back to being a third-generation resident of East Side San Jose. East Side, Betty's right here, so we're East Side. This is my supervisor, Betty. And those of you, how many of you are from East San Jose? A few, yeah. And so it's really hard to separate identity from geography, right? I mean, where we live really shapes who we become and the way we view the world. And for me, growing up as a Latina in East Side San Jose, the evidence of health injustice was just everywhere, like a steady drumbeat in the background. The evidence of health inequity was ever present in my own household, in the household of my grandparents around the corner, at my school, in the places where my parents worked, the places where we played. Everywhere around me, it was so apparent that we were not experiencing health justice. And so as I went on to be an organizer and then to work in the state legislature as a field representative, and then to work as government relations at Kaiser, I just deepened my commitment to understanding why some people experience health inequity. And I learned that all health is political, right? All health is political. So my background in politics and policy is actually quite fitting for healthcare. Now, where I found my path into a deeper understanding of reproductive justice and reproductive freedom was when I became an organizer in 2016 with the SC Justice Group, which is an organization, which is my political home, an organizing home. And that's an organization of Black and brown women with incarcerated loved ones. And so I came to the issue of reproductive justice and reproductive freedom by way of understanding deeply Black feminist ideology, but also understanding deeply the work of abolition organizers. And I'm excited to talk a little bit more about that today on the panel.
Good morning. How cool is this that we're all together for this important topic today? I'm the third one here who has to speak to their mamas. When I was in elementary school, we did not do soccer games. We went to political rallies against nuclear proliferation. There was great concern about the Cold War. And as I have grown in my career, it has always involved community service, advocacy, increasingly civil rights for people with disabilities, and health equity is an area that if we are not looking at it through a disability lens, we can exclude a large percentage of a very vulnerable population.
Yeah. Well, good morning. I will take one, can folks hear me in the back? I will take one moment to just say what an honor it is to be here. Thank you to Supervisor Young for this beautiful event, to Supervisor Chavez, who is someone who taught me much of what I feel like I try to embody in my role as a woman in leadership. But thank you to everyone who's here. I look across the room and I see so much strength. I see so much brilliance. I see so much power and ability to make change. So thank you for spending your precious time with us. I think to me, and I'm now raising a 6-year-old girl, and so I hear this echoed in her. I think I had at an early age this sense of fairness, and I imagine we've all heard children somewhere say, that's not fair, which often means I don't have what I think I need. But to convert that idea of fairness that I think feels innate to a lot of people to a sense of justice, what does the world need? What do people I don't see need? Was something that was taught to me explicitly by teachers. An elementary school teacher, a high school teacher stand out to me who expressly made sure that in the community I grew up in, which was predominantly white, predominantly wealthy, we understood that there were people who had worked twice as hard, 10 times as hard as our parents, who had less than a fraction of what we had. There were people who looked different from us, who had nowhere near the opportunity we had to be heard, to receive what we needed. And then similarly, when I started to follow a curiosity for medicine and biology into medical school, I found the translation of that same idea of not just fairness, but justice, of not just equality, but equity. When I was learning all of these new complex ideas in medicine and how many medical mysteries we still hadn't solved, but there are a lot of medical issues we've solved. We have had the tools to keep people healthy for decades, and we aren't letting people access them. We as a society have said some people are worthy and some are not. We have said some people are worth studying and some bodies are not worth learning about. And that just pissed me off. I said, you made me study all night about the Krebs cycle and the interleukin pathway, but we could have eradicated syphilis from the planet 50 years ago if we bothered to give everybody a single dose of antibiotics. So I said, instead of spending my time on those medical mysteries, while I'm grateful to the people who do, I want to dedicate what brain power I have to making sure the tools we already have access to get to everyone who needs them, because everyone deserves them.
Thank you all for sharing your journey with us. I kept hearing the word why. Why does no one else here speak another language? Why is healthcare political and based on where you live and what you look like? Why do we have issues that we could have solved and we're actively choosing to keep that away from certain populations? So I think that why is so important because then that translates into the action, right? And that is something that all of these women have in common. It is the why took them to the action that you will be hearing about. So thinking a little bit about that, Dolores, I wanted to ask you, how does working at the Community Health Partnership resonate with some of those personal values that you were mentioning earlier?
Well, let me start out by saying this. Someone asked me a similar question a couple days ago, and how have I balanced family and work? And my answer was a little too quick, but also very truthful. They're equal. My family, I take care of my family. I took care of my children, my grandmother, my grandfather. I take care of my father now. All that business that we do when we're the only ones that speak English. And so I saw that as a total transition into what I do now. Community Health Partnership is an organization of 9 associations. We have 65% are women, and as we mentioned, most 55% are below the 100% FPL. I can't even imagine how someone can live in Santa Clara County or anywhere making $15,000, $20,000 a year. It's ridiculous. The other piece around my values is that these organizations were founded probably, early 60s, late 50s, when legislation was written to create the FQHC model. The actual legislation wasn't signed until the early 80s by, ironically so, Senator Kennedy. And his nephew, whom we all know, Robert Kennedy, is destroying the FQHC model of a federally qualified health center model of giving service, which, by the way, Santa Clara County also follows that model. The interesting thing about the model is several things. One is we cannot deny service to anyone, whether or not they have health insurance. They are to be seen. That's the law. Secondly, 51% or more of the board of directors must be patients. So you could potentially have, if you were the CEO, Dr. Rudman, you could have a patient be your boss and write your evaluation and hire and fire you. That is very powerful. It's probably the only organization that I'm aware of, the only statute is FQHC, that you must have a 51%, of community members as directors. Those are all values that I grew up with my family. My father was a union leader. My grandfather was a president of the union in Ciudad Juarez. My grandmother was a philanthropist, et cetera, et cetera. And I just grew up with that. There was no other way to be. And the other thing about it is you do what you have to do. So one of those things that I've translated into working with CHP and the clinics is you may have 3 master's degrees, but if the toilet is dirty, you're going to go clean it. And you're not going to say it's not in my job description. I love that about that environment. I love about the fact that the social determinants of health were being addressed in 1958 to be exact, when the first clinic was brought up, and that was in it's in Mississippi. I can't remember the name of the town. The reason they built that clinic was because Black women and their children were dying, first year of birth of the baby, the mom right after having the baby. There was no access to health care. So right there was your first SDOH, lack of access to health care, poverty, lack of education. I'm going to finish with this. Back to my values. My parents taught me that education, formal education, was my way to liberation. Now remember, I was born in the 50s, grew up in the 60s in San Francisco, 2 blocks from Haight-Ashbury, if you know what that means. You don't want to know what it means. It was an incredible time. And the Chicano movement was starting. And it was really the Chicano movement that really started the whole community health center movement in California, followed very closely by the Asian community, the Black Panthers, etc. I grew up right in the midst of that. So those values that were not only from my home, my parents, they also came from my neighborhood. And that's why I say there isn't a lot of difference between how I live at home and how I live in my office. It has become a lifestyle. It's to a point where my husband has the same values that I have. That's why we're together. He's from a farm worker family, and his brothers and sisters became part of the Chicano movement, the Brown Berets. And I'm saying all this because it makes me sad that people don't know this. It makes me sad that people think that the word SDOH is someone coined, which it was coined, and appropriately so, and that it's a new thing. We are discovering this. We're not discovering this. I'll tell you who built it. They built it by the Calvinist movement in the late 1700s, or early 1800s. The theory was that if you were ugly, and if you were not white, and if you were poor and you were sick, then someone from heaven was punishing you and you deserved it. And you can read about this, it's fact. Those values have transcended over the years. You and I don't have those values, I hope not, at least not in this room, but they're embedded in our government. And so that's what created social determinants of health. That belief that if you can't pull yourselves up by, the bootstrap or whatever, then there's something wrong with you. There's no concept of it's a system that's going wrong here. That's what's creating the poverty. It's a lack of housing. It's redlining. It's in the 50s, you could not marry another person that was not Caucasian, and that was that. You couldn't mix. I shared this with my group earlier. In the 30s, when people were trying to cross the border where I grew up, they were being doused with gasoline by immigration to kill the animals in their head or whatever they were coming up with. In the 60s, when we came to California, my parents went to work for the canneries. And I remember going with my mom to the front door and waiting for hours, standing there waiting to be picked to work. You didn't have to apply for the job. You just had to stand there 10 to 12 hours. And it turned out that the pretty girls were picked to work. My mother was very fortunate in that she was very beautiful, so she was picked to work, and she had a great job, and she moved up in the world there. My father was given the honorary title of engineer when he didn't have an engineering, because they were such hard workers. Social determinants of health, standing there, having to look a certain way so they could pick you, right there, the discrimination on women, and that's how I grew up. It all comes together. So we're leading an organization that has those values, that fights every day for those values. It's part of my life. It's who I am. Thank you for allowing me to share all this with you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I will say, as someone who sees you in community very often, you truly do walk the walk. So thank you for all that work. Dr. Rudman, question for you. So you really talked about justice through sort of learning and science, right? As you've learned more about reproductive care and also justice throughout your career, what has surprised you?
Well, I think it has surprised me to some extent, and I think this is a message we, especially in the public sphere, don't carry always, is how much it benefits everyone to look to who is struggling the most, who has the least in a given circumstance, and uplift them. And I think, in fact, the organization Dolores runs and the FQHCs she represents are a perfect example of that, where when
a system looked to take better health care of folks who couldn't afford private insurance, couldn't afford private doctors. The entire healthcare industry really revolutionized and started thinking about, shouldn't we have quality measures in every sector of healthcare? In the same way, I imagine Estain will speak much more eloquently than I can about some of the ways disability communities have enhanced the lived environment around us that has made everyone of every level of ability safer and healthier. And so it has struck me over and over again, now that I'm in this role in public health, how interconnected we are, and how every time we work to serve a particular community who has been underserved in certain circumstances, or to rectify a historic inequity or an environment that's been built to subjugate a group of people, when we fix that, everyone gets healthier. And I think part of what's been tricky now is that I do feel we're in some ways more divided than ever, and certainly when we look across the country. And we forget, for example, that when we keep unsheltered, unhoused people healthy from certain infectious diseases, everyone is protected against those diseases. When we fight for trans health care, that enhances all kinds of health care for cisgendered people. And I think that interconnectedness gets underplayed and shows up over and over again in the science itself. And so part of actually the other thing Dolores was describing that it feels so striking to me right now in watching the backlash against science, the removal of science from federal health policy, which is doing so much harm to us here in Santa Clara County, is that there are some very legitimate criticisms of science and of healthcare. There are a lot of good reasons to be angry at the medical care system. And in fact, some of the best doctors, nurses, physical therapists, healthcare paraprofessionals I know are furious at the system they work in, and that's exactly why they went into healthcare, to fix it. And for a day dedicated to people who identify as women or other gender minorities, I think we need to recognize that healthcare as an institution has done a bad job of studying us and giving us the answers we need. I have to say, I didn't know until I got a tweet about it that today may be National Menopause Day. No. There's a National Something Day at any given moment. So there's something that has been failed to be studied over and over and over again. Does that mean it's not real? No, it's real. There are real experiences people have when our bodies change and age that deserve good science and good health care. And when we do that science and health care well, do I bet that some male and masculine bodies are going to benefit? Absolutely. And so do we throw all the science out and say, let's forget about science, it has failed to study us and therefore it has failed us? No, we need to fix the science. And part of what leaves me hopeful today is looking across the room, I see, especially in some of our younger faces, the future of that science. I think maybe in the room is that scientist who's going to unlock hormonal pathway secrets that'll help everyone live healthier into older age, who will unlock reproductive health care secrets, who will unlock secrets to bone health, who will unlock secrets to hair growth. Who knows what it is that is going to make each of us healthier? And so I'm really proud to be in a place like Santa Clara County that doesn't throw out science because it has failed some of us, but who is fighting to make it better.
Thank you very much. And yes, let's not throw out science. I can list 100 other things I would throw out, and science is not one of them. So thank you for that. Maria, wanted to ask you a question because you do really deal with a very particular segment of our community. Could you share with us some information about the unique challenges women with disabilities face in accessing reproductive health care?
Okay, well, first I'd like to start with talking about what disability is. Some people perceive it very narrowly, but in fact it is a very diverse community. It includes people with physical disabilities, motion disabilities, attention challenges, learning differences, mental health challenges, anxiety, depression. CDC estimates it's about 23% of the US population. It's an increasing population as we grow older. We are the largest minority group in America, and we are the only minority group that any one of us can become a member of at any time. So it is a common experience in humanity is to experience disability. And there are some parts of reproductive health that are unique to people with disabilities. First, unfortunately, involves a lack of specialized training in the medical community around treating patients with disabilities. And I'm saying this surrounded by doctors, so you may want to add on.
You're not wrong.
Okay, so the most recent study on this, which was in 2022, 97% of medical students surveyed agreed that they needed more training on disabilities. 97%, and that's just the doctors. And so, and this is 2022 doctors, right? This isn't those who graduated in 1988, right? And so often when our families take their children to see medical professionals or take their adult children to see medical professionals, the person may be incredibly specialized in oncology or something else, but not versed in disability. And for those with autism, for example, if you have someone wielding a scapula and they don't know how to speak to someone with autism, that can be a very trying situation for both the medical professional and for the patient. That's one piece, is the absence of training across the board to all sorts of medical staff on working with disabilities. And if anyone wants to add to that, no? Okay. Next item is accessibility. Sometimes the tables don't go down far enough for people with mobility issues to access. Mammogram equipment doesn't always accommodate women in wheelchairs. We have an incredible disability advocate in California who is now fighting for her life because her breast cancer was not caught in time because of her wheelchair. And according to the National Institute of Health, 41% of women with accessibility needs struggled to get their accessibility needs met in reproductive health screenings. So that is a common occurrence. Women with disabilities get pregnant at almost the same rate as women who don't have disabilities, but their rate of death is 11 times greater than the non-disabled population. It also doubled their risk of severe preeclampsia, higher risk of gestational diabetes, hemorrhage, infection, cesarean, cardiovascular events, etc. So 11 times the risk of death for women with disabilities. And this was based on a study of 223 deliveries 5 years ago, and the women had physical, hearing, seeing, and intellectual disabilities. But in all of these things, there comes the intersectionality. And in fact, the Black women with disabilities, their rate of mortality was 2.5 times greater than white women with disabilities. So when you look at the intersectionality, it grows even greater when it is disabilities combined with communities of color, which is generally, and when you look across most systems of care, if you want to look to the group who's falling through the cracks most often, it is typically people of color with disabilities.
Thank you. And that sparked another question, just to sort of confirm what we're hearing you say. Ableism changes how some women with disabilities get to experience autonomy over their bodies. Would that be a safe statement?
That would be a safe statement, and we could talk all day about that, but we have much to cover, so I narrowed it down to 4 items. Number 1, women with disabilities have sex. And I share that because for those of you who've watched romantic comedies, you've probably never seen one that featured a woman with a disability having sex. And so it is not a typically thing that our society discusses. And unless we discuss it, we don't plan for it. And so it turns out 97% of non-disabled women have sex in their lifetime, and 94% of disabled women have sex in their lifetime. Secondly, sex ed. Most of us have had sex ed. But regrettably, for young women with moderate to severe intellectual disabilities nationwide, only 20% of them have received sexual education. So we're leaving sexual education out for a large swath of our young women with intellectual disabilities. This leads to the third point, which is some women and girls are more vulnerable to sexual abuse and rape. Young women and women with intellectual disabilities are at 7 times the risk of sexual violence, rape, sexual abuse as their non-disabled counterpart. 7 times. And these are the same young women who don't have access to sex education. Often this is done at the hands of the support professional, the educational professional, the day program or other that is paid to care for these young people. The last item is that I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that there are some women with disabilities who do not have autonomy over their healthcare decisions. We have a history of forced sterilization in the United States. There has been 70,000 women in the United States with disabilities who have been sterilized against their wishes, many of them without their information, some who found out when they tried to get pregnant that they had been sterilized. The last case of sterilization in California was in 2010. The right of the state to sterilize is based on a 1927 law from the Supreme Court, and it was made famous by the comment, 3 generations of imbeciles is enough. And that case is still on the books and has yet to be overturned. It is, in these modern days, in our community, it is more likely practiced in the sense of conservatorship. For those who haven't heard of conservatorship, it's a law, it's a set of laws that remove rights from a person with a disability. So I'll give you an example. I talked to a mom last week, and her daughter has a developmental disability. And when her daughter turned 18, they went to the courts and said, our daughter has a very severe disability. And the courts removed the right of the daughter to make choices over her finances, to sign contracts, and among other things, to her medical choices. Daughter, a few years later, has a boyfriend. Love comes, and the daughter and the boyfriend decide it is time for them to start having sex. The young woman discusses it with her mom, and the daughter says she doesn't want to get pregnant, and so they go to the doctor and get 2 forms of birth control, just to be sure, and both the daughter's and the mom's wishes were aligned. So the daughter got what was her choice in this situation. Now, if the daughter chose or wanted to become pregnant, she would not legally have the choice to come off birth control without her parents' consent. And if she became accidentally pregnant, she would not legally be allowed to make the choice of whether to keep the baby or abort the baby. That would be her parents' choice. We have approximately 50,000 people conserved in California. So it is not a simple issue, especially around the choice to have children. As we know, it's a very resource-intensive action. Those with developmental disabilities are part of a system that is not well-funded. It is hard to get staff to assist. And so the resource decisions being made by families are not easy and are complicated and are taking place in families throughout our county.
Thank you very much for sharing that data and those insights for that particular community. Dr. Summersell, wanted to ask you a little bit about maternal health and mental health. So from what we can gather, they are intrinsically connected. However, both pre- and postpartum depression, along with potential other mental health issues, are still really often considered taboo and are not openly discussed. So I would love to learn about what services are available and really what is being done to help not only bridge the divide, but also let people know that these services are accessible and receive them should they need them.
Thank you for that question. That's a very important question, mostly because it's so prevalent, the incidence of maternal mood disorders. About 1 in 5 women will experience either anxiety, depression, or another psychiatric illness during their pregnancy, and we consider a whole year post-delivery to be the postpartum period for postpartum issues. Some in the audience are old enough to remember when Brooke Shields came out and she said that she had postpartum depression, and that was, oh my gosh, the first time someone actually came out. So we've come a long way as far as decreasing the stigma around maternal mood disorders, but we have a long way to go. I am a vice chair of El Camino Healthcare District, and one thing that is wonderful about our district is in 2008, we started a maternal outreach mood disorders program, MOMS for short. And this is an outpatient program where the moms, once they've delivered, can come with their child to group therapy or to individual therapy. This was started by a woman of color, Nirmaljit Dami, a physician, and it has blossomed through the years that even last month they did a symposium. They do a symposium every year on maternal mood disorders, and there were attendees from every state in the nation at this symposium through El Camino Health. In addition, we were the second, and now are still only one of 5 hospitals in the nation that has an inpatient program for women who are pregnant or recently postpartum and have psychiatric disorders. It's so important to include the couplet when you have these problems, because it really does cascade down to the baby. And so we're only one of 5 in the nation. We have people who are transferred from San Francisco, from all over, to our inpatient psychiatric perinatal unit. As far as what is being done recently that is very encouraging is with lawmakers, with more women entering into our electeds, more policy is being made to try to address some of these issues. So now there's drugs for some of these postpartum problems. And California Senate Bill 626 is a bill that was just passed this year, which is requiring insurances to pay for some of these drugs, and also requiring healthcare providers like me to screen for problems during pregnancy and also 6 weeks postpartum. So I've seen tremendous strides with the maternal mood disorders. One thing that has a long way to go, though, is the research. So as the other panelists have said, there's just not enough research into women's issues, and this is true with mood problems in pregnancy and postpartum. So more money needs to be brought to that, but we are really making strides there.
Thank you very much for sharing that. And we are always proud to be in an area that is leading these causes, right? We're putting ourselves on the map because of all the amazing work. And the hope is that other counties, other systems will also see the benefit and do the same. We've been hearing a lot about interconnectedness, intersectionality, and that brings me, Darcy, to a question for you. How do systems like mass incarceration, housing instability, and economic inequality intersect with reproductive justice? And what does it mean for women's health when there are entire communities that are living under these overlapping forms of violence?
Thank you. The reproductive justice framework created by Black women in 1994 through Sister Song teaches us that true reproductive freedom isn't just the right to have or not have children. It's the right to raise our children in safe, healthy, and supportive communities where justice is present. Right? So not just, yeah, that's worth snapping for, absolutely, because it's not just freedom of choice whether or not you want to reproduce. It's also the world, right, in which you are bringing a child into, the community that you're bringing a child into. So if you are living in a place where you are under constant threat, the violence of housing insecurity, the violence of food insecurity, the violence of policing or the car system, the prison system, environmental violence, if you are living within that, it definitely has an impact on your ability to coming in out. How about that? Is that better? Great. So reproductive justice can't be separated from the systems that structure our lives. According to the SC Justice Group, which is my political home, 1 in 4 women has an incarcerated loved one, and 1 in 2 Black women has an incarcerated loved one. So the system of incarceration, the carceral system, the prison industrial complex, It means that it's not just a criminal justice issue, right? We often hear the phrase criminal justice, but it is a reproductive justice issue because it controls our choice around reproduction. It disrupts our family, it disrupts our economics, it shapes the whole community's outcome when someone is taken from their family and incarcerated, or if you are a woman with an incarcerated loved one, or if you are living under the fear because you're in a demographic that is very disproportionately incarcerated in our community. So if there's, I'm gonna say two more things, but if there's anything that you take from my comments today, I want it to be this: there can be no reproductive justice in a world where the carceral system exists. It's just fact. It's just fact. There cannot. There cannot be. There cannot be reproductive justice or freedom in a world where we continue to rely on prisons and policing to solve harm. Right? That's just the truth. And so let me give you a little bit of an example of something I worked on last year that helped me to really understand this a little more deeply. Last year, I had the opportunity to co-write with 4 of my SC Justice Group sisters a piece of legislation. It was AB 2527, and it was passed by the governor. It was authored by a leading member of the Women's Caucus, and what this bill aimed to do was provide water, clean water, to incarcerated pregnant people, a nutrition standard that was at the standard of WIC to incarcerated pregnant people, and a ban on solitary confinement for incarcerated pregnant people, because that wasn't already a thing. Like the water and the nutrition at a standard, and not putting a woman who is pregnant or a person who was pregnant into solitary confinement wasn't already a thing. And it was very, very, very hard. And there was so much pushback against proper nutrition, clean water, and a ban on solitary confinement. And we were able to get the bill passed, and there was one terrible, terrible thing thrown in at the end, and that was we weren't able to get the ban on solitary confinement, and instead a negotiation in the bill put 5 days at a time was okay to put a pregnant person in solitary confinement. And I remember when we were at the committee meeting, one of the many committee meetings, and the sheriffs came to advocate against the bill, they were saying that for us not to think of pregnant people, pregnant women, as his phrasing, who were incarcerated as regular women, that these were not like the moms you see on commercials, this was his words, right? That these were hardened criminals and terrible people, right, who weren't deserving of water, nutrition, and not to be in solitary confinement, which we know has long-lasting impacts on baby, right? Solitary confinement, long-lasting impacts on mom. So when I say that, while in a world where prisons, carceral systems exist, we cannot have reproductive freedom, I find the two systems to be in direct conflict. And we really need to do the work of dismantling one so that we can truly achieve reproductive freedom for everybody, which then also we know has a great impact on economic freedom, housing, environment, all of those things. It's really about making sure that we're bringing everyone with us.
Thank you so much for sharing that and for being really candid about the journey with the legislation. It is very hard work. It is not glamorous, but it's essential. So thank you. All right, sorry, taking a look at time. You would be surprised to know I have 8 more questions, but we're obviously not getting to all of those. But before we do move on, there is a QR code in the back of your badge, name tag. It has the surveys. Feel free to survey about how amazing we are and how many things you've learned today. If you are a pen and paper type of human being, I have many surveys up here too. I am happy to stand in the corner and pass them out once we're done, but would really appreciate your feedback on that. I want to take a moment to recognize, which I kind of started with, the amazing work that everyone on the panel does. And that is because they have worked tirelessly for years and decades to be in the positions that they're in, to hold these leadership roles when there were only men teaching them, right? When they were the only people that looked like them in a room, when everything was stacked against them, and when people were actually cheering that they not succeed. And despite all of that, because of community, because of their amazing tenacity, they are in leadership positions in each of their organizations. So I would like to just very briefly hear from each of you. How does having women in leadership positions in the healthcare system make a positive impact? Why is it so important that you're not just sitting up here today, but when this is over, you are going back into your line of work and you are on the front lines and you are fighting for the rest of us? Why is your perspective so important?
I guess I'll start again.
Do not be shy.
Okay, having women in leadership positions is key. You know, I think about how we've been discriminated against and not allowed to lead. And because of that, we weren't given a seat at the table, like Shirley Chisholm said, so we brought a folding chair. And we know that those people who had to bring their folding chair have sometimes as good ideas as those who are in leadership. So once we get into leadership, we look to our diverse population to give us ideas. To give you an example of that, when I became vice chair of El Camino Healthcare District, it's a $1.9 billion healthcare district that has 2 hospitals and more than 12 clinics and surgery centers. I also became chair of the Quality Patient Care and Patient Experience Committee. And as a chair of that committee, one of our strategic goals is to win all these awards. So we want to be Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services 5-star. So there's all these quality measures you have to meet to be 5-star. We want to be Leapfrog Grade A, which is a safety measure. We want you to open up your U.S. World News Report and see that we're, top notch for women's care or whatever. So as a leader and being a woman, I didn't say, you need to do this. We took our quality measures, we found the ones that we were not meeting, and said, okay, and went to each department and said, you pick one of these measures to improve, and it has to be improved through a health equity lens. Well, we had so much buy-in from all the doctors, nurses, they were excited about this. And in my department, OBGYN, what they chose was breastfeeding. So we were not meeting any targets on breastfeeding. And when they really did an analysis, they found that it was our low-income residents and our Mandarin-speaking residents. And so we pay now for a lactation consultant in our FQHC clinic that is right next door to the hospital, just a few blocks down. And we pay for the Mandarin-speaking lactation consultant in the hospital. And now our breastfeeding rates are 90% or more. And we're on our way to being a baby-friendly hospital. So having people in leadership positions that are women improves the bottom line, the profitability, improves the quality of decisions made, and that is because as women, we're more inclusive. We don't lead from the top down, and that helps everyone.
I don't run a health equity organization, so I can't answer to how it improves it for health, but I think women should be in leadership positions in every corporation, in every county, in every city, in every system of care across America.
One of my favorite researchers, academics, healthcare leaders in the country is Dr. Dorothy Roberts, and she has said about reproductive justice that reproductive justice demands a total paradigm shift, a complete end to the systems of control that punish women for surviving. And when I think about the work of change making, the work of shifting whole systems, right? Shifting, like building other world, better, more just world. We need that. That is women. Women do that. Not only do we birth people, right? We also birth new worlds and ideas and systems. And when I think a lot, and we think a lot at Latinos Contra Cancer about not only the healthcare system now as it is and all of the injustice, but the healthcare system that we can build, right? What can we also be building? So I want to see women in leadership in all areas of healthcare, across the continuum of healthcare, from delivery to figuring out payer systems, to figuring out patient rights, and to figuring out how we're solving and moving people toward better outcomes around their social determinants of health. We need women to do that because we have proven time and time again in this country, but also across the world, that we are capable of shifting the axis, right, of injustice. We are capable of shifting whole systems and creating new worlds. And so that makes me very, very hopeful. So when I see women leading, particularly in the area of health, I know, one, that's a place that I trust, but two, that if enough of us get together and start imagining and dreaming of new worlds and new ways to do things, we actually can make that happen. And we're gonna need that now. I know we're not talking about the moment that we're in, but the moment that we're in. I think the leadership of Latinas, but also the leadership of all women in our county to defend our healthcare system, to defend patients, to defend our community, and to defend the type of healthcare we're gonna leave to our children, now is the time for women to lead, urgently.
Thank you. If I can jump in, I think first I'll start with a little bit of the science is that we know from very good research that concordance in your healthcare gives you better healthcare. And what this means is not only do women get better health outcomes when they are treated by women, doctors, nurses, physician assistants, people of color have better health outcomes when they are treated by people of color. And so it is not just enough to make sure that we have women in healthcare leadership positions, but we absolutely need women of every race and ethnicity represented in our healthcare setting. Full stop. On a different piece, though, I do think while women don't have a monopoly on empathy, it is in many cultures much more acceptable for women to be empathetic and to lean into our empathy than it is for men. And so one more reason it is wonderful to have women leaders is that it allows people of all genders to see empathy as a value, as a leadership quality, and lean into it. And one of the reasons I'm really glad that I went through a professional path of being a doctor who sat face-to-face with a different patient every day before I was in a role where I think about an entire community's health, an entire population's health, is I found that however different a person looked or seemed or their history suggested they might be before they walked into my office, by the time I was done talking to them, I could see myself in them, I could see them in me. I could understand how if my life circumstances had been different, I could be in exactly their shoes, making exactly their decisions, having exactly their life outcomes. And bringing that empathy to every decision I try to make as both a healthcare provider and a scientist and as a leader, I think helps me look for ways that we can uplift everyone, no matter how different we seem from each other. And the last thing I'll say is, I think it's more important than ever as we have more women in leadership and as very many cultures, including many dominant American cultures, teach us to be quieter than we want to be, teach us to be humbler than we deserve to be, teach us to cede the floor to other louder voices, that it's not just enough to be women in leadership, but when we are given a seat at the table, we need to use that seat. When we are given a microphone, we need to speak into that microphone. And then we need to look around and say, who was not given a seat at the table? Who do I need to invite to sit next to me? Who was not given a working microphone? Who I need to hand it to? Whose voice might be even quieter than mine that I can help amplify now that I'm here? So I see it personally for me, not enough to be a woman in a leadership role, but to look for others who haven't been given that opportunity and to create it for them.
Thank you so much. That was our last question. Dolores, do you want to do a quick 10 seconds since we're over time, or you can just be a boss on that corner and be good?
I don't think I can. Yeah, just took up 10 seconds. Okay. I have very good
Something happened to me 15 years ago when I started working in this position. And one of my wonderful staff said to me, "You act differently than all the other women that have worked here before." And I said, "Well, of course, I'm different. We're all different." "No," she said, "you have an ability to almost do a 360 on every time you're talking. You're looking at everyone, you're taking everyone's perspective. You can tell me who's behind me and in front of me." And I said, "Well, that's normal." "No," she said, "it's not. It's not normal. Men don't do that." So no offense to men, but that's what started me thinking, all right, all these years I was part of the women's movement in San Francisco. I went to the first opening of Planned Parenthood in San Francisco. I worked at Planned Parenthood. And I realized, I went back in my mind thinking, this Kat was her name, but Catherine. Catherine was correct. Men have a purpose. We have a purpose. We are built differently. We have a different psychology about us. And we do look around the room and see every single color and every single person. I have not experienced men doing that. It doesn't mean that they don't. I have not experienced that. So back to all the comments that my partners here have said, we look out for everything in that program or that policy or that room because our heads are always turning around and around because we've had children and we want to make sure the safer can get to that child. I mean, that's the truth. That's evolution for you. So that's my perspective. And I totally agree with you that the seat at the table is really important. With one slight disagreement, we cannot wait to be given that table. We really have to just take the chair. That's all there is to it.
Or make our own table.
Or make our own table. Thank you.
All right, a final, just massive round of applause for these absolutely amazing, fierce leaders in our community. If you see them, as the supervisor said, hug them with consent, high five them, ask them a question. They are awesome. It is time for your next session, but prior to going, if there is a Mariah Aragon, you have dropped something and we have found it and it's probably important. Yeah, great, Jill over there, great, thank you. Again, thank you so much for your attention. We really appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of the day here. We hope you find love, learning, and just massive passion. Thank you all.
I love that you disagree.
How's everybody feeling? All right, a big thank you to our folklorico dancers from El Grito de la Cultura. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Show them some love. Thank you also. Earlier in the day, we had our Bollywood dancers. Thank you so much for your energy and joy. And also just want to give a shout out to the many fantastic vendors that we've had here today. For breakfast this morning, we had Plur Coffee and Restaurant San Sebastian. Thank you so much for the delicious comidas for breakfast. For lunch, El Halal Amigos, thank you so much. And then for our afternoon snack, Milk Belly, Graciela's Bakery, Ellie's Bakery, Brown Butter Babe, and Dulce Bocado by Tanya. So thank you all so much. We hope that today has filled you all with hope, with determination, and with the energy for the work that is ahead of all of us.
Woo! I am just up here feeling super energized. What an amazing and incredible day. And as we reorient the stage, we have a very special part of our program. Every year, the Women's Leadership and Policy Summit recognizes extraordinary women and organizations who are working to better our community for those who live here.
And this year, we are presenting awards in 6 different categories, including the Courage to Act Award, the Unsung Shero Award, the Collaborative Spirit Award, the Women's Champion Award, the Emerging Leaders Award, and the Luminary Award. So now we are going to have members of the award committee for each of the awards come forward, and they are going to present the award. Afterwards, the awardees can come up and accept the award on stage and then take a photo before we move to the next category.
Yep, sounds good. So the Courage to Act Award will be presented by Mary Beth Riley, the retired head of school at Notre Dame High School in downtown San Jose. Please welcome Mary to the stage.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be able to present this award to 3 different people. Thank you so much, Adriana and Angelica. The Courage to Act Award celebrates those who demonstrate core values rooted in compassion, inclusion, diversity, and equity. They create space for joy, wellness, and collective care to inspire and uplift others. So there are 3 people that are going to be receiving this award, and I think we're going to invite them up here to the stage. So let me begin. As the Executive Director of Sunday Friends Foundation, Tatiana Colon Rivera is one of this year's recipients for addressing the urgent crisis of generational poverty and inequity here in Silicon Valley, one of the wealthiest yet most unequal regions in the country. By reimagining Sunday Friends as a community-driven model that combines basic needs and support with education, wellness, and entrepreneurship and advocacy, she has done this great work. Congratulations, Tatiana. Are you here? Come on up. Thank you. And joining her on stage to receive this same award, as Executive Director of California Community Opportunities, Nina Duncan is one of this year's recipients for her advocacy, leadership, and innovation as she creates pathways to meaningful lives for individuals with developmental and intellectual disabilities while challenging the broken structures that hold them back. Congratulations, Nina. Please join us on stage. There she is. Hi, Nina. Welcome. And joining these 2 wonderful awardees, as Street Life Manager for the San Jose Downtown Association, Louie Menez is one of this year's recipients for uplifting underrepresented voices by commissioning... Hold on. I know, I didn't need 3 hands. Somebody come up and give me 3 hands. By commissioning women, BIPOC, and LGBTQ+ artists for public projects to ensure downtown art reflects the true diversity of San Jose. How wonderful. Congratulations, Lou. Please join us on stage. Yay. So we have awards for all of you, and here they come. Yay, thank you. I'm going to take a picture there with Betty. Oh. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mary Beth, and congratulations to all the awardees. The next award that we are going to present is the Unsung Shero Award. And here to present the award is Hani Tran, Director of the Santa Clara County Vietnamese American Service Center.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Adriana and Angelica. I have the honor of presenting the Unsung Shero Award, which honors and celebrates those whose commitment to their community and to the common good are often felt but not publicly recognized. So I'm going to invite one by one the three awardees. First is Elena Robles. Elena. As founder and instructor at Folkloric Nacional Mexicano, Elena Robles is one of this year's recipients for teaching thousands of children and adults about the culture, dance, and music of Mexico, incorporating each performance as an opportunity for community service over the last 50 years. 54 years. Congratulations, Elena. Next, we have PASOS, Personas Activas Sobresalientes Organizando Soluciones. Please come to the stage. PASOS is one of this year's recipients for identifying and finding a policy solution for a critical gap affecting our senior community. Those who are ineligible for basic public support, such as food stamps, SSI, and other programs because of their immigration status. Congratulations, PASOS. And our third awardee is Monica Gomez from Amigos de Cesar Chavez. Monica Gomez. As founder of Amigos de Cesar Chavez, Monica Gomez spends every year on March 31st, Cesar Chavez Day, making and delivering lunches to farm workers in South Santa Clara County to both honor the work Cesar Chavez started and to thank farm workers for the tireless work they do on a daily basis. Congratulations, Monica, and to all the awardees.
Thank you, Hani, and congratulations, a big congratulations to our awardees. Next, we have the presentation of our Collaborative Spirit Award. And here to present those awards is Cassandra Staff, Director of the Santa Clara County Office of Women's Policy.
Thank you, Adriana Angelica. The Collaborative Spirit Award honors and celebrates those who work together to achieve shared goals and whose collective contribution becomes greater than the sum of their parts. I'll be announcing 3 awardees for this, and when you hear your group, please join me on stage, and at the end, we'll all take a photo together and hand out the awards. First up, Sunday Friends Foundation is one of this year's recipients for ensuring that families, including single mothers, determined to build a better life for their children, are not only supported in the moment, but also equipped with the tools to break free from generational poverty and build sustainable futures. Congratulations, Sunday Friends Foundation. Next, we have the women of the African American Community Service Agency. Adrienne Coleman, Amber Mopress, Beverly Wathaika, Kathy Blake, Cheryl Thompson, Kiana Munoz, Stephanie Allen are one of this year's recipients for being the small but mighty team that keeps the AACSA as a strong pillar in their community for more than 45 years and counting, and ensures that whenever the needs of the community shift, they are at the front lines to serve. Congratulations to the women of the African American Community Services Agency. Dr. Simone Lundquist, Director of Open Doors to Future Possibilities, and Lisa Intrieri Caputo, Vice President of Open Doors to Future Possibilities, are also one of the recipients for this year's award for addressing the critical need for accessible, trauma-informed mental health care and legal support for veterans, first responders, and underserved community members in Santa Clara County. They focus on healing past trauma while empowering clients through legal advocacy and mental health services. Congratulations, Simone and Lisa. Come on up. All right, let's give it up for the Collaborative Spirit awardees.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cassandra, and congratulations again to all the awardees. The next award that we're going to present is the Women's Champion Award, and here to present the award once again is Mary Beth Riley, retired head of school at Notre Dame High School in downtown San Jose.
Thank you again. And I have a better system this time. I think it's going to work. Okay, the Women's Champion Award, perfect for today's setting. This award recognizes outstanding advocates who have demonstrated exceptional dedication, leadership, and impactful contributions to empower women in our community. Our first awardee is Mountain View Mayor Ellen Kamei. And Ellen, come on up here, is one of this year's recipients for dedicating her career. Here she comes. Fan club's here. Ellen is one of this year's recipients for dedicating her career to tackling systemic inequities that affect women, youth, and communities of color, and for consistently advancing inclusion, youth empowerment, and culturally competent services so that all residents, regardless of background, have access to opportunity and resources. Congratulations, Ellen. Joining Ellen on stage is Marlene Zapata, chair. Marlene Zapata, making her way up here. Marlene is the chair of the Santa Clara County Commission on the Status of Women. She is one of this year's recipients for her steadfast support for women in all walks of life, including advocating for pay equity, women's rights, and support for justice-involved women, despite the unrelenting attacks on women's rights that have increased this year. Congratulations, Marlene. Whew. Goosebumps. Next, joining these two awardees is Michelle Zhang, founder and CEO of the Society of Heart's Delight. Michelle, there she comes. Here she is. Michelle is one of this year's recipients for addressing a deep need in our community, the underrepresentation of Chinese immigrants in civic and decision-making spaces in Santa Clara County, and for building bridges between immigrant communities and local institutions. Congratulations, Michelle. Well done. Thank you.
Good stuff, good stuff. Thank you, Mary Beth, and congratulations to all of our awardees. Thank you for all that you do. Our next award category, the Emerging Leaders Award, will be presented by Meredith Curry Nunez. Please come on up, Executive Director of the Northern California College Promise Coalition.
Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Adriana. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to present the Emerging Leader Award, which celebrates rising changemakers, generally under the age of 26, who demonstrate a deep commitment to equity, innovation, and community empowerment through their actions, voices, and vision. And so our first awardee we'd like to bring up is Yunari Ramon. Yunari is a youth organizer with Somos Mayfair, and Jóvenes Activos, is one of this year's recipients for her work in addressing the lack of youth voice in decision-making, access to mental health resources, substance abuse awareness, and civic engagement among youth, especially in communities of color. Congratulations. And bringing up our second awardee is Jacqueline Ramirez. Come on up, Jacqueline. Jacqueline is the Senior Program Manager for the Career Exploration and Discovery Program at the Latino Education Advancement Foundation, or LEAF. Welcome. And is one of this year's recipients for tackling the systemic inequities that first-generation, low-income Latinx students and families in East San Jose face as they pursue higher education and professional success. Congratulations, Jacqueline. And our third awardee, it's my pleasure to bring up Dr. Alexis Takagi. Woo! Alexis is a research analyst and the Basic Needs Coordinator for the Campaign for College Opportunity at Santa Clara University. She's one of this year's recipients for building strategic partnerships with other local universities, nonprofits, and county agencies, and leveraging these relationships to increase resources and support networks for students lacking adequate access to basic needs such as food, housing, hygiene items, and financial resources. I'm also proud to call her my friend. Congratulations, Alexis.
Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations. And finally, we have the Luminary Award, and this is the Women's Leadership and Policy Summit's Lifetime Achievement Award. Here to present the award is Jean Cohen, Executive Officer of the South Bay Labor Council.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's such an honor to be able to present this last Luminary Award to a real roster of rock stars who are with us today. But before I bring them up, let's give a shout out and appreciation to Supervisor Betty Duong on this amazing event. Thank you, Supervisor. So thank you so much, everybody. The Luminary Award is our Lifetime Achievement Award that recognizes truly exceptional women who have dedicated years and decades to serving our community and improving the lives of those who live here. Our first Luminary Award this year is Ruth Silver-Tobe. Let's give it up for Ruth. Ruth is a supervising attorney of the Workers' Rights Clinic at the Catherine and George Alexander Community Law Center. But more than that, she is a fighter, a fierce fighter for workers, survivors of human trafficking, and the marginalized in our community. Congratulations, Ruth. Our next Luminary Award is Maritza Maldonado, founder and executive director of Amigos de Guadalupe, a powerful organization leading so many of us in this important time. She is a tireless and visionary leader whose work building and transforming communities on the East Side is having a positive impact that is being felt throughout the region. Congratulations, Maritza. Our next Luminary awardee is Camille Yanes Fontanilla, the Vice President, Community Impact at Sobrado Philanthropies. Previously, she served as Executive Director at Somos Mayfair, and throughout her career, Camille has inspired and united stakeholders across sectors to create positive, systemic change. Congratulations, Camille. It is such an honor to invite up the East San Jose Worker Cooperative, De Colores Consulting, Lazos Fuertes, Mujeres Empresarias, Tomando Acción. These cooperative-owned businesses both empower and uplift their workers while providing services to improve the lives of the community. Congratulations to our East San Jose Worker Cooperatives. Woo! Congratulations. Of course, congratulations. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jean, and congratulations to all of our awardees and just everyone who we have had the honor of celebrating, to all of our honorees today. Thank you for everything you all do. We have reached the point in our program that I know everyone has been waiting with exciting anticipation for. We are going to do the raffle, okay? All right. What will our process be? Do you want to draw the tickets?
I'll draw a ticket.
Okay.
You tell them what the prize is.
All right, so we're going just down the list? Yeah. Okay, we're going down the list. Hopefully you all have your tickets in your hand. And do they need to be present to claim their prize? Okay, ooh, that was a resounding yes. Thank you, y'all. Okay, All right, for a gift made possible by the San Jose Downtown Association, a gift basket. Includes Nirvana Soul Coffee Beans, gift cards to Urban Putt, Mas Loco Cantina, Good Time Bar, and more. All right, do you want to read the, we'll just alternate.
We're gonna go every other one. Okay, everybody got their tickets? 2, 4, 4, 8, 7, 3, 4. Anyone? 2, 4, 4, 8, 7, 3, 4. Going once.
All right, we're taking it, Adriana. We got this.
You got it?
No, I'm just saying it's our gift.
We're gonna go have
our
dinner.
prize.
Going twice. All right, gonna draw a new one. 2, 4, 4, 8, 7, 1, 2. 2, 4, 4, 8, 7, 1, 2. Should be a longer raffle. I know. Going once. Going. Oh, winner, chicken dinner! Woo!
All right, come on up.
Woo! Congratulations.
Either way.
Yeah, you just
Yeah, I can, or just hand, whatever you'd like.
Yeah, 8712. Congratulations.
Yeah, get it. Cool.
Yay. Oh, see, this one there's 2 of them. So one here and one here. So we can just do.
Okay. All right. All right, the next prize, we have 2 that we'll be raffling. A memoir by Amanda Nguyen, Saving Fire.
Saving 5.
Saving 5. Saving 5.
Okay, number 2448814. Sorry, 2448814. 2448814. Going once. Going twice.
Thank you.
2448884. 2448884. Two, 4488884. Anyone? All right. Moving on. 2448921. 8921.
I could sing in the background, or you know what I mean?
All right. 244. Let me use yours. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Ooh, that's better. 2448738. There we go. 8738. All right. How about 9130? 9130. Oh, no. Yeah, oh. All right, 9146. 9146. I'm trying to, is somebody else feeling lucky? Because I feel like we're striking out here.
The next one.
All right. How about 8899? 2448899. Two, 2448728. 8728. No. How about 9019? 9019. I'm trying, I promise. How about 8786? We got one? Yay! Come on down. We'll keep trying to pull more numbers. We had one more copy of the memoir by Amanda Nguyen, Saving 5. How about 8656? 8656. Yay! There we go. Woo!
Now we're talking. Okay, where's the book?
Okay, next we have an autographed copy of This Is Your Time by Ruby Bridges. Why don't you try?
You want me to start? Do you want to swap? Yeah, you would. Maybe you'll have better luck.
244-9220. 244-9220. All right.
What?
Yay!
Come on, join us on stage. Wait, did we have a winner?
There you go. Congratulations. All right, now we have some surprise gift bags to give out. We have 5 of those. Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, so each of these goodie bags include signed copies of books. And so we have 5 different ones to be able to give out.
All right. 599-4937. Right here? No? Close? I'll do it one more time. 599-4937. Yeah! Yay! Cool. Yay! The gift is coming. Here we go. The prize is coming. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Congratulations.
Would you want to hold those? Here, let me help you.
Okay. Cool. Wait, did I say this number? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
599-4961. Oh. How about on this side? No. 599-4961.
How about 244-9129?
Oh, thank you.
So in the gift bags, it includes the books Black, Brown, Political by Chandra Brooks, and First Gen by LaTanya Reese Miles. So good prizes. 244-9080. 244-9080. We got one. I see a hand in the back. Yay! All right, how about 244-8966? I hear, yay, another winner. Thank you. Come on up. Those are, yeah. And then she was the next one. All right, how many San Jose Sharks fans do we have in the audience? So this next gift is a 4-pack of tickets to a San Jose Sharks game, including bobblehead and limited edition Sharks Way sign. Oh, we'll come back. I'll pull those 2 after. Is that okay? Yeah.
Let me make sure we're narrating the same distribution.
Just split it up. You can tell them to meet me over there so I can write down the information.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'll do
Thank
that.
you, Adriana.
All right, no worries. Yeah. Oh, thank you. What a wonderful model. Okay. 244-9024. 9024. Going once. Going twice. Moving on. 944, 9174. 9174. All right. All right. Oh, wait. There we go. Come on down. All right. We have 2 more gift bags with signed copies of the books Black, Brown, and Political and First Gen. So 244 9186. 9186. Going once. Going twice. Moving on. 244 8824. 8824. Oh, there we go. Yay! Okay, we have one more gift bag. One more gift bag. How about 244 9042? 9042. Dig deep. No? Okay. 244 9154. 9154. Going once, going twice. How about 244 9236? 9236. All right. 244 9148. 9148. Oh, winner, yay! Come on down. Oh, yours is on. All right, next we have, let's see, do brunch? You want to do that? Okay, next we have 10 tickets to a brunch with County Supervisor Betty Duong. Oh, and Supervisor Susan Ellenberg. Amazing opportunity. Let's see, we're going to dig real deep here. You want to try?
All right, here we go. 244-8905. Ah, woo! On the first try. Cool. Come on up. Oh, no, it's okay. Yeah, congrats.
Thank you, Guadalupe. You get to have brunch with me and Supervisor Ellenberg.
All right. I have a sneaking suspicion that a winner might claim on the first try for this next grand finale prize, okay? Alaska Airlines tickets, generously supported by, shout outs to Alaska Airlines, with 2 pairs of tickets, round trip, to go somewhere domestically. Is that right? Is it domestic?
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay. All right. First try. 2448623. Oh, the letdown. I'll say that one more time. 2448623. Round trip tickets on Alaska Airlines. Oh, next. 5994942. Woo! I heard a gasp. Oh, you hear this side? They're like, next. We're giving everyone the courtesy of a second call at 5994942. Oh, 5994942. Is it you? No. Okay. All right, here we go. This feels like a winner. 2449256. 2449256. All right. Shuffle, shuffle. Rummage, rummage. All right, here we go.
Oops. 2448682. Oh, I'm sorry. 2448682. Okay. All right, all right. The winner right here. 2449173. I'm gonna say it one more time. 2449173. Sorry? That's okay. We have 2 pairs to give. So, did we say your number just prior to this one? Okay, we threw them in a pile.
What was it?
Yay! Winner, winner! Alaska Airlines! Yay! Give it up, give it up! They are going somewhere on Alaska Airlines.
Yeah, congrats. Maybe meet with staff for the tickets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for the raffle.
All right. Okay, and then you yep, thanks, girl.
Got you. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we were looking for all the lucky numbers in there. Congratulations to all of our winners, our raffle winners. And now we are coming to the close of the day. We want to bring back up the amazing Supervisor Betty Duong. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Round of applause for our MCs. They've been working all day. Thank you, thank you. My friends, I'll keep this very brief. It's been a long day together during these turbulent times and the landscape that we're faced with. I know a lot of folks came from the No Kings rally. A lot of folks went to the No Kings rally. And whether you were there or here or in both places, what you've made a commitment to today is our shared future together. So thank you so much for joining me. I want to acknowledge KJ Kaminsky, Director of our Office of Supportive Housing is here. KJ. Awesome. I also want to acknowledge Jacqueline Onciano, Director of Planning, was also here. Yes, she may still be here. Notice a theme here. Oh, there she is, Jacqueline Onciano. The women that lead this county is what makes this county great. The women that support us and lead with us and our allies who make sure that we are not on this journey alone makes this county great. And we're continue to rise together with the greatest ferocity, with the greatest pledge of love, compassion, and inclusion for all of us. I want to honor and thank you today. Thank our awardees. I want to thank our Women Leading Change, our sponsors who made this possible, our panelists, our speakers, our steering committee members who worked for over half a year on this. And I also want to acknowledge one of our sponsors and electeds is here today. Assemblymember Patrick Aarons, will you stand up so we can all celebrate you, please? Ally, ally, ally. Right. Okay, folks, lots of, now we're going to do something. We're going to do something. It's a tradition. For those who've stayed, you know what I'm talking about. It's always a tradition at the end of the Women's Summit to take a massive group photo, okay? So I'm going to invite my awardees to the stage, my Women Leading Change to the stage, my steering committee members, our sponsors. All right, come on up. Come on up, and all of our attendees. Everybody's in this photo. Everybody's in this photo. Everybody in the audience, come towards the stage. Amy, you've done this for 7 years in a row. I'm going to hand it to you.
Thank you, thank you. We just really want to capture and honor your beautiful faces. So if you can join us, all our elected, sponsors, awardees, Women Leading Change, steering committee members, panelists, speakers, if you can join the supervisor on stage. And for everyone who has remained and stayed with us and supported us, please join us in front right here. If anyone can hear me in the hallway, please join us for a group photo. Our allies, anyone sitting in the audience, Patrick, we see you. You have to come up here. Marlene, we see you. Come up on stage. If you can all join us. This is something we do every year just to capture the moment and remember this movement. If you can join us on stage, thank you, thank you. our volunteers, our staff. Elisa, Ryan, I see you in the back. Please join us up here. Anyone who's currently not working on anything urgent, please join us on stage for our very last group photo. We may or may not be too much on the stage, so if you can join us right in the front. Mike Medina, can I ask you to move the chairs at the very front so more people can join us? Thank you for your patience as we take our very traditional last group photo. Okay. All our awardees, Camille, can you join us on stage? Okay. Ryan, can you join us on stage? We're all done hiding. Please join us on stage for our last group photo. Thank you so much. Okay. Yes. Good job. Don't be shy. Okay. Julianne D, can you please, as a steering committee member? Ryan, I still see you. Ryan. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna embarrass you. I will shame you into this photo. No kidding. Oh my God, what a great photo. Okay, here's mine. Okay.
Okay, everyone look at our professional photographer. Thank you so much. That's all right.